time for us to bring this year. I've been streaming this for over a year now. It's hard for me to believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Honestly, this is the finale of a lot of things there, and this is... We
Excuse
can
me.
finally get
Yes.
on to the game we've actually been waiting for this whole dang time.
Yep.
Yes.
So, I proudly am presenting to you all the day that we adjourn this court. And then we do it to the crime scenes. Anyways, enough talking. We have no time to lose. We got 3 trial segments to go through. So, without further ado, let's begin.
Yes. Maybe this time we will finally get tweezers.
Tweezers?
We can get that thing out of Wright's finger.
Alright, so, let's go.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll do Pearl for now.
You got it.
Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's going to happen to Mystic Maya? I'm sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove all those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it's kind of strange. I have a feeling...
If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby.
Oh, frick. It's Edgeworth.
Oh, Edgeworth.
If you're looking for Iris...
You're gonna be playing the Wright characters, great.
I'm not expecting Pearl to be here, but... I'm not expecting Pearls to be here in court at all, so... Anyways.
Yeah.
Edgeworth.
Okay.
I'm expecting Pearl to be more during the recesses, anyway. What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession. Or so I heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot? Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She has been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor
Come by and show you. Please stop lifting the locks!
Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight there like there's no tomorrow. Oh, we will. You don't have to tell me that. Touche. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your hold on to someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. No, that's totally a line that people use for Wrightworth. But I don't ship them. Thanks. I still don't have answers to most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Lee Stoneham, Miss Misty Faye. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. Alonzi Ponzi, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Orange Heart Tribe. Hope you're doing well. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Alright.
Mr. Wright, where do children come from?
Well, Pearl, when a woman and another man love each other very much.
Okay, alright. So, Fen, I'm gonna...
Yeah.
Would you like to do Iris?
Sure, I can do Iris.
Yeah.
And who's gonna be the judge?
Okay, that's what I'm trying to decide. It's either... I don't think you've done it, because last time, Fen, you did the Canadian judge.
Yeah, we're in real
Hey,
judge
Ozu.
territory. We're in real judge territory now.
Yeah.
Foxy, do you want to do... Should I do judge as well, or...
You want? I don't think it's... I think it's been a while since Pabs did the judge. We might swap in between trials,
Yeah.
so we'll have Pabs do judge for classic judge for now.
That'll be good because Iris is going to be up there, and I think you do a better Iris.
Okay.
Court is now in session for the trial of Iris and Harusakura Temple.
Your Honor, what are you...
Me? Well, my little brother came to visit me early. My chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him.
I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot.
My poor brother, he looked a bit pale, not to mention that he couldn't be here.
So the Canadian judge and the classic judge are brothers.
Yep.
Impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Fragile, fickle being. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. Bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. Beans. Then you mean... forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she's had a change of heart. Sister Iris Depository Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defense? Not again.
Iris, why didn't she discuss this with me first?
Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. That was quick. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at the Hazakar Temple.
Witness, is there something you want to confess to?
Yes. But first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore.
It's alright. What is it?
Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident.
Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Dunham?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard, where I discarded it.
Desecrated.
Sorry, where I desecrated it. Thank you.
What?
What?
Order in the court, I say, order! witness. Are you saying you are accomplice to the murder?
Yes, that's correct.
What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat.
Ah, everyone on the planet is accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Touche?
That Godot. So this is the confession that they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie.
Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I got a question. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions?
Iris is covering for someone? I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle. Or a life jacket.
I've been at Hasukura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hasukura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family.
I'm sorry, but main family?
Yes. And that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique. Mystic Maya Fey.
Huh?
Wake up and smell the coffee. Coffee tea's ready in the corner. Hold on, I need to get that. Alright,
Hi,
the tea. Alright, got the tea. Alright, what's up?
Bluebell. Bluebell says hi to you too as well.
Hello, Boo-Boo!
She's naming Maya?
Order! Order in the court! So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer?
I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her.
Objection! That's ridiculous. Maya could never do such a...
The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime?
Yes, Your Honor.
I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. Okay,
Why is
so
it that...
I do remember some parts of how this plays out, so we'll probably just try to get straight for it. So...
I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with a staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it.
It was in self-defense.
Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya.
You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. Got the instincts of a true criminal.
something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night, and that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination.
With pleasure. So I remember that there was a
Alright.
there was a statement here that needs to be added. So if I remember correctly.
I'd say, like, what final blow was there?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get peanuts real quick. Hang on.
Alright. Oh wait, is
Peanuts.
Alright. Hold it!
I got peanuts.
Nice.
She moved in to deliver a fatal strike?
Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon.
Wait a minute. What was this weapon?
It was some kind of dagger.
Gotcha.
Uh,
A dagger, huh?
oh, it's been a bit, but I remember last time like the back of my hand.
Mm-hmm. And Elise Stoneham tried to stab her with this weapon to kill Miss Faye?
Yes, exactly.
You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce.
The one food that no one can pronounce.
Do you have a problem with the
Worcestershire.
testimony we're hearing from your client, the lawyer boy?
Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? Yes.
Yes.
One thing. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony.
You do? But this witness is your own client!
Yes, well, nevertheless.
Eh, that's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony.
Yes, sir.
But hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me.
Poor judge.
Okay, now, let's continue. Literally, like
Shiny
the big
evidence.
revelation last time. Good old
The staff.
Keyblade.
Objection!
Why the heck would she have a knife?
Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events.
Huh?
Miss Stoneham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me.
All you could do with a staff is hit someone.
Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise Stoneham really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger, not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already.
And
Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say?
Objection!
objection. That was an impressive bit of investigating. Terribly sorry, what did you say again? Oh, right. I never would have thought that there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? Long sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose the dagger over her blade.
Well,
Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony.
but there is something strange about this whole testimony.
Well, Mr. Ralph, prosecution as bully.
Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument.
Mr. Wright.
I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Stoneham would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Oh, snap.
We gotta show proof that Elise is Maya's daughter.
Oh yeah, just show the like
Elise is
well just show
Maya's
her
mother.
herself.
Sorry.
Just show her herself. It's literally like her herself. Because we know her real name now. Real name,
Either that
Miss
or...
Faye.
Yep. Take that! There we go, you got it. Perfect.
Yep.
Elise Stoneham would never have attacked Maya Fey,
How can you be so sure?
because the victim's real name was not Elise Stoneham. Her real name was Misty Fey.
No. Not Mystic Misty Faye.
Who is this Misty Faye is she related to?
Misty Fey is the master of the Karayan channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Stoneham actually the great Mystic Misty?
There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea.
I can hardly believe it.
The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing.
Order in the court. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during the fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in the world that is impossible. Except for one little thing. Yes, what's this one little impossible thing? You still don't get it? You think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps.
That's one of my favorite Godot lines. Could you get to your point?
That was my point. I heard this witness confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. Gonna ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Isn't the dagger the witness testified to see? Obviously, Your Honor, but do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it.
Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene.
Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene?
Huh? The pine tree?
Dagger was stuck in the back side of the pine tree. You couldn't see it because everything's a 2D image. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree.
That's not even a pine.
Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken my first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee.
Didn't you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago?
I'm bad with numbers. I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that the blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Now then, the testimony we just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. You girls never lie. Ever. In any case,
wouldn't say
witness,
that.
if you could please testify again to this court.
About that, Your Honor.
About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. I just said it.
Yeah, you're good.
Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
Ah, Pika with the boobs. Hello, Pika.
Pika! Hello!
Hello. That was a very heartbreaking story.
I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other at the... Yep. Oh wait, I did say right. Recognize each other anymore?
That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Rat, proceed with your cross-examination.
We are doing good, Pika. How are y'all? She's asking how you guys are doing too.
Hey, what do we? Hey, what do we got?
Doing alright.
Oh, also, we're doing good there.
I mean, peanuts.
Yeah. What do you got in your stash?
I know what this contradiction is. This does not add up because take a look.
Well, what do we have?
The autopsy report. Stab of blood
in
stab
the back.
in the back. Yep.
There we go.
Objection. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris.
Huh?
Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. And there's Pika. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. Anyways,
What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony?
You know, in all honesty, there. Do you mind if we do a bit of swapping around a bit?
yeah.
Oh,
So
sure.
Pika, you think
Yeah,
you
Do you want to take Iris?
Pika is Iris, absolutely,
Yeah.
110%.
you want to give Iris a whirl? Pika?
I guess I could.
Okay.
You would
Alrighty.
do a killer.
Alright.
You would do a
Alright,
killer.
Fen,
Don't worry.
you're up as classic judge.
Alright.
Yeah, because you do a good judge with that thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
According to
Anyway.
you, Maya Face stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct?
Yes, that's right.
That's good. That's good. In that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right?
Yes, I think so.
But, according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to a blood loss from a stab wound in her back.
Ah.
This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift?
Is that all you have to say?
Yes. I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind.
Objection! Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is...
No promises.
The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, people fighting and being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach.
There certainly are some inconsistencies.
Well, Iris, how about it?
Well, it's just...
Yeah, to me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing.
What do you mean?
There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what the witness actually said?
How it feels to find them.
Oh, for God's sake. Dough. Explain yourself.
The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light.
Light. By the way,
By the way, did you know Hazakura has a role on that on nights when the acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit.
I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for.
Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly?
Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light the stone lantern.
Impossible?
Hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick has no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There couldn't have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all.
Burning bridge. Most enlightening.
Ah, yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away.
Oh gosh, enough of the light puns.
Oh God.
If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right?
Right.
Tabletop board games.
He
The
basically
lights, right? Isn't that right? Right?
No! Yeah, basically we're doing a thing like in the anime where Godot constantly calls Wright a different name.
That's what I would see,
But
yeah.
I'm really bad with it there because I keep forgetting the words.
I thought of
Try-
tabletop game boards. Game boards? Plug games?
Anyways, your line, Fen.
Alright. Order!
Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it'll rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Right.
Order in the court. Who ordered this damn cheeseburger?
Why is the judge just sitting there
True.
with that look on his face?
Hey, what's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot?
This lantern. There's something written on it.
What? There is?
Why? It's written in blood.
Oh boy!
What?
So the judge didn't even know about that yet.
Written in blood?
It says Maya upside down.
What the?
Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and then being stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her.
Yeah.
With the blood that was drawing out of her body.
It certainly looks that way.
Objection! Hang on. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about?
Hush before you blow a gasket.
What do you mean? What are we all talking about?
We're talking about the message written in blood.
There's a message? Nonsense.
Can you not
This
see that?
lantern is as clean as a whistle.
Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday.
My eyesight's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
You look like a rip-off RoboCop.
Oh my gosh!
What did you say?
Ripping off a RoboCop.
Rip off
Oh, okay.
RoboCop. So
I
that's
couldn't
what he,
hear, sorry.
That's what he meant by that.
In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark. And that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, any further?
Yeah. The
No, Mr. Godot.
Okay. Yeah, let's move on.
Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose.
I believe it has now been established that Miss Dunham was killed by Faye.
That's just wrong.
Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Oh wait, there's more.
There's more.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Get it back. Mojo's back. Mojo's back. Let's hear it. We're all ears.
Cover up.
Do my testimony, but quit drinking your dirty bean water in my face.
Oh, this is kerosene.
After Mystic Elise died, I call out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Kerrang tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the... Shishito to alter... Whatever, that word and then some. To alter the way the wound looked.
I just call it the sword because it's the unpronounceable sword because I
The
can't see.
sword. The sword.
So, you moved the body.
Yes, I was raised in Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae Clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Dunham was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin.
You got her emotions nailed down really good, Pika.
A terrible trick of fate.
I believe you're looking
I
for
am
a
a
twist of fate, Your Honor.
Hold on. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body. But
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. And while you do that, I'm gonna eat some turkey sandwiches.
Yes, Your
Nom
Honor.
nom.
Yeah, I'm jealous.
Hold
You know
on,
what's
then.
been really popping up as of recently? A lot of times?
The snowmobile
What?
tracks.
Snowmobile tracks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's take a look. Yeah, let's press on the snowmobile. Hold it! The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later.
Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge.
This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Yep. About the tracks.
Yeah, those tracks.
If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right?
Oh, yes, naturally, you would expect tracks.
This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride?
Yes, I think they are.
But I can only see one set of tracks here.
Oh, excuse me. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see.
I see. Now, snow was still falling.
And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh looking tracks.
Footprints.
I like trains.
How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? Very
Pretty
important.
Yeah, very important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped? That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence.
You make sense.
Your Honor, I'd like the statement that Iris just made added to the testimony.
But does it have something to do with the crime? Was that with the case? Whichever.
All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record.
This should be fun.
No, I won't.
You. Let's get the snow business cleared up, shall we?
Yes, sir.
Guess what we
Don't we
got?
have a weather report?
Yep,
No.
here we do. I'm gonna save right here. I just remember.
It has to be something about the snow.
Yep, weather data.
There. Where's the weather data about there? There it is.
What?
What?
No. Go back.
Okay. And there's another thing. There's the. I think it's this statement actually.
Oh, the bridge, yeah.
Objection!
Bingo.
You claimed that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible.
What?
This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time.
Why do you say that?
Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire.
What did you say? What did you say? The bridge, it was on fire?
You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning struck that the bridge burned down.
What? But it can't be.
You were right there, my dude. What?
It looks like you still haven't figured it out yet. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. What is up with Iris?
Order.
That's a weird thing.
The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the air temple was totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body.
Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying, and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
Not cute, Darius. Also, welcome on.
Objection!
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Oh man.
Wow, Godot!
Holy crap, good. How dare you!
Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now.
Squat?
You heard me, diddly squat. The important thing now is to find out the truth, isn't that right?
You can't handle the truth.
Yes, of course, what?
Whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, or whether I'm going to pass out for all this caffeine or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Donum was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. 2, I can't count. And third, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Donum's body. And 4th, I have had way too much caffeine.
He makes a good point.
And
On both
27,
accounts.
I still can't count.
That's right. I'm not lying.
What are you claiming this time?
I wasn't myself at all that night. So my memory is still somewhat hazy.
Objection! You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy?
Objection!
It is only human to err.
No time to
You're
err.
so perfect, Tur. Maybe you can explain this for the cur.
What is it?
My brain stopped. What? Oh, right. When the murder happened, the bridge was already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found at the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of explanation for this little magic trick.
Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnout bridge, but unless it can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Yep, and that's where Larry's sketch comes in.
This looks angry.
Yes, very. It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation.
See what I mean? In other words, you are in no position to assess. You are in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth.
Ah!
All right then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will this be her final testimony?
Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter this much? Or are you saying that there's a way to cross a burning bridge?
Yeah. Something happened, because Larry saw it.
So it was just a misunderstanding, I see.
This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken the morning after the incident. Oh. Gee, I wonder how.
It certainly was burnt to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall.
It was so tedious for Gumshoe to construct the way across.
Yeah, I've seen people do it.
Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition.
Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth, and Maya will be accused of murder. Try some tea countries.
Come on. Oh, Tristram. I'm only gonna say it one more time. It is only human to err. And only humans can spur the errors of our words.
The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes.
Alright, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination.
Oh boy, here we go. This is where things are gonna get really juicy.
Be sure to save, though.
I already know
We got it.
Yeah, we got
Not gonna lie, I think we got it.
We got this one. We got this one in the books.
Okay.
Here's where's Larry's painting. Objection!
Discount?
A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility.
What?
You're saying it's possible. Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air.
I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen.
What? What?
Prostois.
I burnt my tongue.
Where can I find him? Where can I find my turkey sandwiches? I just don't have control.
I can't chicken out here. I've got to keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Lee Stoneham is a brilliant and highly gifted apprentice. Lee Stoneham.
Highly gifted.
Remember what he said in his testimony. That night he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall, and that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night.
Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air in the air? Are you using this pathetic scribble to support your argument?
Uh-oh.
No, I
Judge
just
looks like
pressed
he's
it.
about
It's
to blow a
called the Big
gasket.
Top, the Very Big Top Circus.
Yeah.
Well,
Tanzania.
Tanzania, sure. There's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything?
Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it.
Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. You're so eager to turn this case upside down. Well, why don't you just start with this sketch? Like just turning it upside down and...
Upside down? Why did Godot say that?
Alright then. Let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is the sketch trying to show?
I don't think old Whisker Face is going to forgive any more mistakes. Oop, I'm gonna put a save slot here. I have a feeling that. All right, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. This sketch drawn by Larry Stoneham is
exactly what happened. Or wait, what? This sketch draw. It is exactly what happened.
I remember it being upside down, though. I'm gonna...
Yeah, well,
I
well,
saved, so... Something is obviously funny about this sketch.
a complete contradiction, yeah.
I'm your art critic, but even I can see that.
No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Maurice Stoneham stated it over and over that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it.
Contradicts reality?
This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger pointing thing again.
Okay, Timbuktu.
I was about to say Tuscany.
Suspension wires.
Yeah. I have a feeling we might have to, but... Take that! Take that! Is this wire connected to the bridge?
Oh, wire.
Is that the thing that contradicts reality?
It is indeed.
Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that'll point out how the sketch contradicts reality.
The bridge...
Upside down.
Is there actually any photos?
No, you're right, you're right.
Take that!
Bottom up.
That's the photo of Dusky Bridge, correct?
Yes, now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge,
Jumping jump is a face.
the wires are below the guard wires.
What?
What?
Who ordered this Whopper with extra bacon?
This sketch is somewhat
Bacon!
and what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong?
Perhaps he just drew it wrong.
In a way, it sounds like you're just wrong.
Nope. With someone like Maurice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason?
You know the answer to that.
Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Maurice was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Maurice must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did.
He was lying on his back? I can't see how that relates.
But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down.
No way.
Maurice Stoneham witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. Literally flipped the case upside down.
Yep. So then, this sketch should actually be...
I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Maurice Stoneham's sketch is like this.
Perfect.
This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge, it was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Ridiculous.
Objection! Of all the things to say, a pendulum.
Not the band. The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Objection!
Let's think about this for a moment, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long. Which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff.
Yes, that sounds right.
In order to cover a distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead.
Objection! It was the suspension cable. The lightning strike that can only have been an accident. So it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them.
What?
I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there.
In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum?
Just select the thing again?
Yeah,
Because I think we select the thing again. Because, like, it literally is right there, right?
Yeah, just a photo.
Just do the photo again.
Of the bridge!
Bridge. Yeah, it's the same thing.
And the meaning of this is...
You want to know where the rope came from? It's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard.
This is one of the wires from the bridge.
When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Lee Stone's body.
Oh,
Perfect shot, mind you.
Because there was simply no other way to move the body.
You know, except the river. No. I have to pee.
I have to use the bathroom. Mr. Godot.
Give me a minute. I see like a thing that pulls up one finger.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking. It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all.
Objection!
Objection. I finished my coffee. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? I already used someone, I think.
Togo.
Anthony,
Toga! I wonder if you can prove what happened to him. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? The orb?
The body fell 10 feet after death. It has to be the autopsy report. Let's try this. Take that! Take that! Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can clearly see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple.
so then that was the spot where the criminal...
Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point.
You say, drop.
Bingo. Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank.
What makes you think something like that happened?
Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance.
What kind of evidence?
Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here...
It first comes in, haha, I've updated the autopsy report.
It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. Then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. Yes, this bloodstained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off Miss Lee Stoneham's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found.
Indeed. I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found.
Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed.
This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way to... Hey, the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive.
Oh, that's what it was. That was Godot's
Mr.
call.
Wright.
Yeah, I was wondering that too.
Thought this cold coffee might help you cool you down.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot?
I don't remember. I'll figure it out with this. Ah, yes, now I remember. Some of the darkest fair guest you made. Tantalizing. But
There
you
we
forgot
go.
about one thing.
Oh. And what would that be?
Huh? Oh, frick. That was a lot of coffee.
Coffee's most reliable accomplice into deep and profound aroma.
The rest of the court doesn't speak coffee-nese. Can you elaborate a bit more?
The criminal had sent the body to the other side, like you said. Then naturally, there must be an accomplice lying in wait to catch it.
An accomplice?
The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So, who collected the body? What do you have to say about that? The Veronica virus.
Mr.
Look it
Godot
up.
is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what? You know what you must do.
Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice.
Very well then. If you please, Mr. Wright, who is the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple outside?
Iris, take that! It
Yeah.
can only be you, Sister Iris.
But I
I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Objection!
I'm getting it. Tell her, Chef. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? The night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the Temporal Garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath.
Objection! I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim.
Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time.
Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony?
mention what?
The pendulum, of course. Using this sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something that you should have already known.
No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum.
But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing unless you're not really Iris to begin with.
What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright?
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple? Objection! Are you serious?
Are you serious? Double works? You mean this woman is...
No one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday, and why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya.
I was questioning that too, I just didn't want to say it.
I know it.
The woman that's standing there at the witness stand, her real name is Miss Butterfly, aka Dahlia Hawthorne. Take that! I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Sister Iris had a twin sister, and you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless.
Just your imagination, Max. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago.
I'll let you do Dahlia as well, Pika.
I don't know what voice I should give her.
Just give her the
Maybe a
same-
higher.
Exactly the same.
Yeah, because they're twins.
Yeah.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
Fen, you're
Yeah,
muted.
there's all.
Mine.
A nerdy voice.
Oh, and it's all mine. Back to the present. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month.
March. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom.
What?
Thank you, Pika.
Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of...
Objection! You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the crime channeling technique flows within that body.
The Wright channeling technique. Now where have I heard that?
That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium.
What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone. On the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was.
Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes.
Objection! We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happened?
Objection! Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was just part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions.
What's that?
These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple.
2 of them?
Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time.
That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris.
And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely, one Dahlia Hawthorne.
Do you even know what you're saying? Saying. The whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing is the witness in the witness stand is the real Iris.
What?
Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been standing at the inner temple, stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. Later, the body was moved by pendulum.
That's right.
Naturally, that would mean that Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far?
Yes.
After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There, they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center.
Yes,
Except for that one time.
I suppose. I can't deny any of that.
Oof, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced.
Something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night.
Suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like, the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places.
Switch places?
Stop it.
To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial.
Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere.
Oh, Mr. Wright? Since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne?
It happened when Edgeworth took her down there. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance.
Oh, explain yourself. I want to know.
Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown.
Known? What do you mean?
What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised.
Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that?
I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to freely move about was our man. My man.
We're the edge.
Take that!
This is Mr. Miles Edgeworth, isn't it?
Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not?
An earthquake?
Earthquake! Oh my goodness! The inner temple! This kind of tremor right!
How could I have? She fled. She escaped.
Annoying.
We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time, and that's when the other blocks went up. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne.
Is this enough to break her?
That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would be...
That's Dahlia. Pika.
Be quiet.
Bingo, boingo.
Yeah.
It's been quite a long time, Mr. Judge.
That voice.
Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
Dahlia Hawthorne. My current profession? Permanently retired.
Eh. So you're not gonna bother hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me.
What is going on here?
Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. And for her and for myself.
We're getting to part 2. Oh, we're
Part-
getting to part 2.
Yeah, this is the...
we're completing this.
We're gonna finish this.
Yeah, we're finishing this.
We're all in together this time?
Yep.
For realsies?
Yep, let's go. Let's go.
Alrighty. And damn the expense. Damn the expense.
Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness?
Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, it seems that if you were to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. God, I hate Dahlia.
The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong. But it seems to have succeeded anyway.
Nope, it didn't.
So that means
Hold it!
you really...
Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey?
Yes, you have a problem with that?
Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that...
Watch yourself. Terminated. Terminator. That's a good one. Terminator. Yeah. If you got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. One of my rules.
That was correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well.
It's the
Gadao.
law. To kill Maya? Could it be true? No.
I invented law
Because
back
the
in
plan-
1789.
The plan was to have Pearl channel Dahlia. And you saw...
Back in the old
and
in the old days, we didn't have.
And you saw
Yes.
that Pearl was in the lobby with us at the beginning of the trial. Anyways, let's go.
Yeah.
Hold it. You were executed last month, correct?
Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay?
Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan.
Ha! Are you crazy? At first that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter.
All to make Pearl Fay the master of Karayan?
She's a cold, twisted woman. We thought she can finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
Plan, huh? What?
Hold it! You're talking about Pearl Fey, is that correct?
Yes. Though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister, Iris.
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple.
You mean Iris?
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? Not really, but okay. And on the top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
Horrible.
The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fey. He was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fey heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family.
Hold it! Maya would have to die, but why?
For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master.
Okay. But go
The
on.
remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
Objection! But Pearl would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya.
How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with that. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all.
That's ridiculous.
She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Fey as well.
How could anyone do that? Hold it! You were going to kill Maya?
Pearl didn't need... excuse me. Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was to follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
So the plan was to blame the crime on the younger twin. On Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
He and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple on me. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Twin sister, don't make me laugh. He's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
Backstabber?
You just don't understand. You never will. Getting out of character for a moment, I really enjoy how I'm handling her right now.
Yeah, you
No,
are
like out
killing
of,
it.
out of all the voices we've done for her, you were the best one so far.
Definitely.
Yes.
Hold it.
I mean,
think that
I'm
it
the
was a
voice actor.
Yes.
You heard me, just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey.
Objection! That's absurd. Maya is she's just trapped inside the sacred cavern.
Really? You're as... I thought she was about to do another freaking Von Karma thing. You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my dear Feeny? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you.
Dahlia and Phoenix dated in high school. That's just for context.
I was just about to ask about that. You're sniveling... I've never seen that word.
Naivete? I don't know.
Naivety.
Naivety.
Naivety, okay. You're sniveling naivety in your pathetic faith in other people.
I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan?
I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. I had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of.
If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that.
So then tell me, why?
Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction.
What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead, and I know why.
Yep. But yeah,
You know, because you were found guilty. You were found guilty by none other than the legendary Mia Fey. Objection!
Oh yeah.
Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself?
As I said, none of you have the power to punish me. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead. And you can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone.
I was sentenced to... Oh my gosh. I was sentenced to
die.
I know. La, 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 la.
What vomit?
Okay.
I was sentenced to fry.
I was sentenced to die. I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Maya Fey.
No, Mia.
Yeah.
Mia, sorry.
Close enough.
Mia Fey.
I somehow knew this was it.
I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
Reason it was impossible. Perhaps the chance for that because Mia Fey had already died.
Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take Revenge against the dead. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
And how do you do that?
Even when a body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I can take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out that woman's plans.
Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fay.
Yeah, basically. So this is kind of
As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead, you old man. I want to say that again. That was funny. Don't stop preaching to the dead already, old man. I've already told you there's not a thing you can do to me. That night,
I don't know.
at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. And I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple.
So it was Lee's Donut who channeled her after all.
That ridiculous head nun. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. I don't know why I'm aggressive there. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. Oh, poor Maya. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. And I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom, and...
So then you're saying you stabbed Maya?
It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory.
I suffer from short-term memory loss. Sorry.
Hey, dyslexia.
Shout out to... Never mind. I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
You were stabbed?
Oh. At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
Objection! That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork.
Ugh, sorry. I had to take my meds.
Right.
Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her.
I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end.
That's where my memory temporarily stops. I have short-term memory loss.
It stops. It just stops.
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was...
Face.
Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern?
The entrance was sealed by one of these trick locks. Somehow, I had been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew that I had killed her myself.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
Let's have the cookie crumbles! Oh! Just kidding. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
Trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you are actually confined against your will inside a sacred cavern?
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Oh.
Could have been
What?
Maya?
I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not?
If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern.
That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll and gravy.
Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather.
That's good to know.
The bridge had been fixed and the police had started the investigation. Right?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck?
After that big earthquake, she showed up, all by herself.
The real Iris?
She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was all right. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean your plan had succeeded?
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed it was Pearl Fey.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fey, the picture book author.
What?
What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there.
But wait, what?
Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is?
Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother.
No way!
Actually, it was the other way around.
Mm-hmm.
Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Objection! Ridiculous! That's nonsense!
Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence?
The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
Huh?
The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else?
Eagle River.
Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? The way she threw herself into the Eagle River. Those bodies that wind up in there are lost forever.
No, there's the rock face there. Because because there's a large rock face at the bottom of the other side. Yeah.
So, what do you have to say now, Feeny?
I'm going to believe it for 5 minutes.
His phone.
Phoenix's phone.
Hey, that's not my
No,
phone.
Godot's.
That's Godot's. Because that's Godot's music.
Oops. Sorry, that's my phone.
What kind of ringtone is that?
I know, I hate it too. Godot here. Okay, thanks.
Was this something important?
I don't know, wrong number. They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern.
That's great! What about Maya?
There's a woman in the cave.
Was it Maya Fey?
It was the accused, Sister Iris.
Huh?
Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that.
So, what about Maya? Where is she?
There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern.
No.
Sorry, I just...
Paps?
Oh, there was no one else found inside the sacred cavern.
No, it can't be.
I told you, didn't I? She's dead.
No!
Well, objection.
No, it's not possible.
It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Dunham, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River.
It can't be.
Wait, but Phoenix survived. I heard a hat.
That's Godot.
Ah. Right. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable it may seem.
What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot?
According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River.
Because if she was on that side, look, if she threw herself off there, she would just have hit solid rock.
Keep it going.
Yeah!
Keep it going.
Yep.
However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means Maya had thrown herself into the river. It must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge.
That's right. That's where she jumped from.
But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there.
Well, what?
Don't get your panties all twisted up. Tuna. 2 Electric Boogaloo. Just relax and think through the whole thing again.
So it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into the Eagle River.
Oh, Mr. Wright. Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence to refuse that claim? Yes, we do!
Hey, take that!
The map.
It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows better than this witness.
What did you say?
11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map.
I've been using this map a lot.
Yeah.
As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf.
Oh? Oh! You're right.
She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off of there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should have been able to see her body in this photo.
Ah.
Ah, you finally figured it out.
No!
Humiliated again, Dahlia. How does it feel, Miss Butterfly?
You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the bottom of Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding.
Oh, is there now? Miss Hopper,
might be
have you ever
hiding
read this one before?
in plain
Once you
sight.
believe it's possible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Yeah,
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
yeah, I said that. Why are you stealing my lines?
No, that was Dahlia. Oh yeah, you were improvising my bad. Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cap. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River.
Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities.
Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be.
What is this one possibility you are talking about?
Under Godot's desk.
That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then?
Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead, but I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Fey is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left, namely, she's right here in this very courtroom.
My face here?
You say she is here in my brain courtroom?
Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said, I I had misunderstood one thing, you see.
So what?
But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood.
What do you mean?
Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne?
Well, why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fay, that pathetic little sibling runt.
You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
You called me before Pearl did? But who?
Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, when she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. Maya.
The first one on the list.
This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fay is gone. There's only one possibility left.
Come on already. I can't stand the tension.
Dahlia Hawthorne, the person...
You'll get it. You'll get it one day.
The person channeling you right now must be... Maya Fay.
What?
Thank you.
How could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal?
She said her goal was to kill Maya Fay.
Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her...
Huh. Oh, Gramps. What happened?
Would it be...
Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor.
Well, I don't. What are you going on about?
What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you.
To protect herself from me?
Yes, on the night of the crime, you were the only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fay. The path back to Hazakura Temple, Hazakura was closed off, and there's nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide?
You mean, that's when she channeled me?
All this time, you had thought you'd been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you.
Don't say that! You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp?
Yep.
Yes.
Maya Fay killed herself, isn't it obvious?
Objection! Objection! Sorry, but no, it would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This is the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple.
I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could have never came up... she could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could ever given her such a brilliant idea?
Well, I think I know it. Yup, she's back, alright, Pika. You've always been the voice of Mia. Mia!
Mia Fay! It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
This scene is one of my favorites in the whole series.
Was you?
Yes.
There's something else.
But what are you doing here?
That hair, that's Pearls, right?
Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that one night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you.
Did?
Terribly surprising, since she was about to be killed.
When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I don't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was...
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free.
Free? What do you mean?
It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived.
So it was Maya who put that lock on there.
Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey.
Pearls?
Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan. So all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly.
Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs.
Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you! I won't forget this.
Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Failure!
Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another?
Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure!
What? How dare you?
11 years ago. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed.
Shut your mouth. It wasn't my fault. That wasn't my fault, sorry. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman.
And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny.
You, wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face.
And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya face you, even though she was right there in front of you.
Mia Fey, Mia Fey, Mia Fey, Mia Fey! You spinster. You were supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I would have been hanged like to death. True. I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity.
I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you because you were already dead.
What about it?
And you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, lives on forever.
That's very true, Dahlia. That's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there's no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burned to a crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you?
It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now!
We missed Owen you, but I think we got the point. Ooh, that's freaky.
Oh, crap!
Ooh.
Oh, do I have to do
a vengeful spirit.
Oh, I have to do this voice now, huh?
Sure.
Not
Nope.
ready. Not ready to go.
Lost and stuff. Now, for those wondering if we were a little hard on her for that reason there, it was really just because we were trying to exercise a ghost.
I'll have you do Maya like the old days, Pika.
Nick.
Okay.
Maya.
Well, all's well that ends well. I'm gonna go get a coffee.
Well then. I assume you are the real Iris?
Okay, I'm gonna hand Iris back over to Fen in this case.
Yep.
Okay. Yes. I was just rescued from the secret cabin. I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up.
Yep. All's well that ends well. Nothing left to
Just so
do.
you know, whatever to Dahlia Hawthorne.
She went up, and she flew away, Your Honor. If you ask me, Your Honor. Looks like she went back to the hell she came from.
It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim in this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked, selfish player.
Yes, Your Honor.
The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems.
Yeah, really. Seems like everything's
It
come.
would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again.
Your Honor?
Yes, what is it?
About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now.
Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study on the Karine channeling technique.
Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult?
I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ.
Never thought of it that way.
At any rate, it's time to pass judgment on the case of Iris of Hazard.
Objection!
What now?
Not yet.
You're a little too fast with that gavel.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot?
It's trial. Yeah. It isn't over yet. That's what he means.
What?
Temple of the gods. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony?
Huh? Dahlia's testimony?
I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern and took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right.
The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Police don't know. No. Mystique Bay. But killed. We still don't know who did it.
This isn't over? Not yet.
You still got 5 more hours, buddy.
At least I don't have work tomorrow.
Unless someone else
work
is found
Tuesday.
guilty. That accused is still on trial. Well, that's cool. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence.
No way.
But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony.
Yep.
But I am! The prosecution is ready to call our final witness.
Final witness.
This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Mystique Bay.
Indeed.
You're really alright, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's alright. The damn attorney.
Very well then. Who is this final witness you speak of?
Heh. Isn't it obvious? One person who saw the whole event and will put a final dagger in this case.
Someone who saw the murder take place?
The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. Ow!
You mean Maya? You can't.
Like-
She can't testify after what she's just been through.
Honestly, Christ. We need to find the murderer. The prosecution calls Maya Fey to the witness stand.
Very well, begrudgingly. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial.
Honestly, absolutely.
Hey.
If it's alright with you, I think we
Hey.
should... What?
Right. I've got something to say to you, so listen up.
What is it?
I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow managed to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. So you always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you.
You've got some nerve!
That's not going to happen this time. This time, you're gonna have to do this by yourself.
That's enough. This court is now in recess.
Alright.
What were you saying, Foxy?
I'm thinking that if we could speed it, just to speed it up a little bit, we can, since
I'll
it's
keep
just,
it with Trite.
yeah.
You're good.
Alright.
But I
Is
am
that
gonna get a
me?
drink real quick. Beer.
Yeah,
no
you can
offense,
take it.
no-
Pick
no-
up if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have to do a quick thing, but I can wait after this. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk.
She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris is inside the sacred cavern.
I wanted you to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did?
Huh?
If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there.
My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from our father either.
Yes, but it was the same
Yes.
for you too, wasn't it?
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her.
Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago?
Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister Valerie ended up.
That was the case that wounded Mia so badly.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people? You must mean...
Yes, 2 defense attorneys, Mia Fey and Diego Armando.
That's the frame again.
After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You.
That's right. Iris, there's one more thing I have to ask you.
Yes, what is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Donham, was it really you?
Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone.
Come to the inner temple right away.
I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple.
Lightning strikes. The path to the inner temple
Literally
is
an
cut
act
off,
from
right?
God.
Exactly.
You can't just leave the body here. So you gotta do this exactly as I say. Got it?
Yeet!
It was me. I was the one who saved her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed. The staff that Mystic Elise always held.
I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile.
But why? Why did you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Cheeto.
That, if you're wondering what that means, it's Japanese for seven-branch sword.
I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground.
It has more of 6 branches than 7.
Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it.
I see. Defendant!
Defendant,
Yeah? Oh.
Yes?
the judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He also questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me?
Why does it smell like turkey?
So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. It's actually pronounced Cheese-Toe. Oh, okay. Interesting. Maybe even from the very beginning. Anyways, hello, Astro Dude 1987. Welcome on into the stream. Hope you're doing well.
Going.
Phoenix.
Mia, how's Maya doing?
Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case.
I see. You don't mean she's learned who Police Donor really was?
Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew.
But why?
Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she couldn't take it. All of it.
What do you mean by that?
I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet?
Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still, I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple, and the criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning.
And one more thing. The victim was moved to Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day.
Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day.
That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win, or lose.
Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway, and who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me. All by myself. Let's do it!
Mr. Wright, why do my clothes always keep getting stretched out like this?
Okay,
running out of shirts.
Would somebody do the honors of my characters for a moment? I have to
Fenn's got Maya.
put my
Yeah,
I have
yeah,
to
I'll take
put
Maya.
I have to put my laundry in the dryer really fast.
Okay.
Perfectly fine.
Right,
We'll
plus
keep
I
it
also
going
need to
for
continue
ya.
on laundry as well.
Yeah, I got you.
All right.
Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier.
Oh, sweet. Okay. Tests.
Yes, test. No, the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree.
Still isn't like a pine tree. Oh yeah, that. I totally forgot about it.
Weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim.
So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood or?
Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on the dagger was not the victim's blood. Oh, and the plot thickens. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial.
So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it?
I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims.
I understand, Your Honor.
From what I've heard, this witness is dangerously physically weak. So let's finish this quickly.
Let's do it. Agreed. I'm glad we can finally agree on something, you know?
Wait, I just remembered something. Diego Armand. It was Donnie who poisoned Diego.
Yep.
And why does he have a grudge against Wright then?
Keep it going.
Very well. Please bring in the last witness.
Oh, Maya. So good to see her again.
Oh,
Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. line offices.
Maya.
According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fate clan, I don't want any more to do with it.
Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable.
Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple. And you witnessed the moments of Miss Elise Dunham's murder. Is this correct?
Objection!
Objection! Straighten up the system, young lady.
Huh? Oh, yeah, I forgot I was supposed to get sorry.
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. Watching the whole thing. You've seen the witnesses come out. You've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. The night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen?
Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against a stone lantern. think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. So you were struck in the head. I suppose it must have been the staff.
Maya, the person who hit you, it was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Can't say it was especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone.
It seems that it would be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all.
Alright, let's
She's
try this out.
screaming, "Help me!"
Yep. Thankfully, I remember how a lot of this plays out, so... Let's press on this. Hold it! You think you screamed, but you're not sure?
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child, anything? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear. I'm certain I would have spoiled my robes.
Good old judge.
Yeah. I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed... I thought that it was my last hope.
Wow, it sounds
Back,
like...
Tika?
Mm-hmm.
Alright,
Wow, it sounds like
you'll take
little
them.
Maya was really out of her mind. I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? Yep.
Home.
Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff?
What? What do you mean by your last hope?
No. That's what you said. You said my last hope.
Huh? What? I said what?
Oh, Maya.
Maya.
Naked gun hand slapping scene.
I suffer from short-term memory
Oh my
loss.
god. I just saw T-Sop changed his name on Steam. You'll see it in the VOD.
Missed it. Crap,
Yep,
what
I
was
have
it?
him.
It was
Moving
something
on.
chicken something. I don't know. Anyways.
Oh, I don't have T-Sop. Crap.
Moving
I
on.
have him. I have him.
Moving on.
Anyway,
Look, you were
yeah,
facing an
moving on.
attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You
Yeah.
screamed, "Help me."
Yeah.
Negative? How did I get negative?
But you testified that you screamed that it was because you thought it was your last hope.
Okay,
Oh.
that I know I did.
Well, you know, that's
Let me
like...
check. Give me a
What do you
second.
call it when that happens?
Maya's not doing so well up there.
Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker. But that's not who I was screaming at.
What did you just say?
Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker who I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah!
What is it now?
I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
Huh?
Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there's another person.
I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
Abs.
Alright, oh wait, yeah, what if I do him real quick?
Sorry, yeah.
Ah.
You're lying.
Yeah, he said it.
Takes a ton of pressure to be said. That's what I always say.
A ton of pressure?
You're in a court of law here.
Ray, what are you laughing at?
to make things up or try to hide things in this chamber.
Witness, the information you just presented is vital to this case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
Alright.
This is done.
The light is nope. The stone lantern is was out of commission. What, friend? Objection. So there's a man standing behind your attacker.
Oh.
Yeah.
That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Donut, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother.
Killer?
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony.
Huh? What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission.
Huh? What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No!
Order in the court. Mr. Gateau, explain this.
At the appearance of note to the person, clear darkness of coffee. Disturbed. That's the state of the witness mind right now. Come to the cafe, all that.
Cafe Olay? Is that even legal?
In the US it is.
Just try words of milk and US, Your Honor.
I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bird. I'll have you know.
You must have noticed it too, Trey. This witness' mental state is highly unstable. It's not hard to understand what she would make a little mistake like
Objection!
that.
Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. Perhaps.
What did you say?
If there was truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Pika,
Nick?
may I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness can describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man.
Ah.
In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw a mysterious person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker.
No!
Order, order, order. What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Right, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could you see there's no other source of light in the scene?
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Hino. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark, and now you're trying to cover for him.
Cover? For the man that killed her mother?
There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is.
Please. Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
Good game, Trey. Let's take you into the water. Pitch black. I'm calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't. Please, stop.
Maya is dead set on protecting this guy, the man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother, but I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth.
Alright, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that you said a Miss Faye saw in the darkness.
It was Godot. Take that!
Was it actually Godot?
Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes?
What? But how do you propose to show us something like that?
It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night.
Conditions?
Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off.
That was quick.
What? This is... But it can't be.
That was a nice bit of deduction. Right.
Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder.
Order! Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Aren't you denying it?
Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person.
What do you mean by that?
You've got a question as a witness. That's one of my rules.
Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights?
Or witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that.
Maya.
I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason.
What?
Objection, Mr. Wright! What the?
Objection. Stop your chattering, Your Honor.
Chattering?
If it's worth asking, ask a witness. That's one of my rules.
Alright. Well then, let's continue the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but...
Alright, let's go!
When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all the snow around the snow lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
So, it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Torches?
Yep. Anyways. Alright. Hold it! The torches were lit?
Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed.
I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? Then...
Oh, sorry. The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body?
That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything for that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya.
Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene.
Alright. Hold it! So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It looked really bad. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern.
There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple. But they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away?
Well, there's one thing I can think of. Did you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow?
Yeah. Area I collapsed and ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation.
Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with the blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount.
That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood.
It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will help explain them.
That was one of the moments where you had to go back and press. I don't remember. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something.
You did?
Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake.
What? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden,
She may have thought that you had done it.
No. She definitely would have thought so. If you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened,
yes, I'm sure of it.
well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Right away.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's the lantern again. Objection! Yep.
Oh, excuse me.
The body of Elise Stoneham was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood, was scooped up and removed. Samyang Chicken Ramen, that's T-Stop's Steam name right now.
Good.
It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd.
Oh? And what would that be?
You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya.
Ah,
If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Can't see.
Real dumb.
Order! Mr. Wright! Isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the scene of the crime scene or something?
Indeed. But doesn't make much sense to remove the body or remove the bloody smell, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody right.
Objection!
If that's the case, you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior. Why would this killer move the body and all that stuff, then leave the bloody writing on the lantern?
I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it.
Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern?
I didn't notice.
Yep. Here's again, his visor. You can see red in his visor. Prosecutor Goodell, earlier in this trial you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought.
The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it.
But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There is no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that.
You're right. There is no way any normal person would.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only
I'm
one
built
person
different,
involved
I
in this.
know.
There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether.
And who would that be? Oh, I think I do know. Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? Goodell.
Goodell. Take that!
But if you know, do not get glasses with red.
Mr. Goodell, this is what you said yesterday.
Alright, that's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, still can't see everything.
You can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Goodell?
This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented.
This lantern, there's something written on it. What? It's written in blood.
Nonsense. Lantern. Clean as a whistle.
Mr. Goodell, just admit it, there are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Tribulations.
Hey, this is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time. And somehow still copy of it.
There's something still bothering me, Mr. Goodell. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court?
Bloodstain? What bloodstain?
Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron.
That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain.
You can see the
And on top
coffee
of that, why do you keep going to court without a tie, right?
You can see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red.
Strange. A black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them?
So then, Mr. Goodell, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on that lantern?
Hey, Gramps. Did you know? There's a reason why I have red tea. I used to be a tea drinker back in the day.
Wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Goodell is the murderer, but there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Goodell, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Jonah, also known as Miss Mystique Bay.
It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting. Is that right? Disquieting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
disquieting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brought up a disquieting fact about you.
Eh. Still gotta prove why I did it. Just make sure you don't fill out the document book in red ink rims. Come on. Graffiti makes me into the killer. Besides, it's not like my name that's written there.
Objection! I am certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red.
That's rich. Do go on, right?
The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow.
The snow? How so? Hey,
I'd
that
like
right.
for someone else to pick it up there. I have to talk to someone outside the system.
Okay.
Alright, I'll do Godot for a bit. If you're able to come back, let me know. Just pop back in, okay? Alright.
I think he just left.
Alright. Anyways. Well, for example, you're gonna like my Godot voice. I actually gave him a good voice when I played this the first time. Well,
Oh, really?
for example,
Alright.
why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If you wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take that up just that area?
Yes. Why didn't he just take that? Could it be?
Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow, so he had removed all the snow. He couldn't be sure where the blood had landed, so he just removed the whole
Objection!
Objection. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? It's very similar to the voice he had in the anime, by the way. Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have just been able to see just fine.
It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot?
That was my, yep.
Wait just a minute.
Maya.
What is it, witness?
Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple. Until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection. Maya. You can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean? You may not look it, but
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist.
She didn't. I'm afraid I don't follow.
Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, that's right.
please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya, do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Ha! Nicely done, Trite. Fen?
Very well. Oh, I forgot, sorry. Very well. Let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder. Now!
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was there at the Inner Temple, too. Pearly was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. Next morning, she looked around, but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up.
Who is this, Pearly?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye.
Hmm? So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as a testimony.
What? What? Come on. Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be.
She always thought Phoenix and Maya were together. Anyways, real smart,
Yeah.
Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Ha! The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness.
Mr. Godot!
Let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections.
This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright,
Let's get this cross-examination started. Alright. Press here. Hold it! He cheered her up?
Welcome back.
Sorry about that.
You're fine.
That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman.
Before you resume Godot, I'm going to give you a sample of my Godot voice.
Okay.
Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Cut it out. You're making me blush. There you
You
go.
can't see the blush on his cheeks.
Oh my gosh! This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves in more ways than reason. Anyways, Pab.
Truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the inner temple side. Policemen were all busy going over the garden with a fine-tooth comb. So I decided to carry out an investigation my own way, Godot style.
And I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style.
Maybe I should ask some questions Phoenix style. Let's ask about his investigation. You said that you conducted your investigation of your own. Did you find anything?
It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trey. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern.
Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles.
The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall.
Beauty?
Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Japanifornia in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen. Western tastes? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy?
So, from there you headed for the prep room.
Wait a second. What did Godot say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he could have totally stoned him. Alright, so we now know the contradiction. Yep. I need to present the hanging scroll. Objection! That used to have a photo of Misty on it, by the way. Pika, just for context. Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple was long before the murder took place.
Well, why do you say that?
Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall.
Hanging scroll? I don't follow.
But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother.
Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this.
That's a wonderfully delicious smell.
The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy.
Gravy? But why gravy, Nick?
Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye.
Hold it. Oh,
Wait a minute, Nick.
Yes?
Take another look at that hanging scroll. Look, at the top. There's a crest there.
Ah, that's the mark of the Master, correct?
Exactly. So, if you know the meaning of the mark,
Then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there.
True, but Mr. Godot described that it was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
oh.
Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he could have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place.
can I ask you just one little thing, Trey?
What is it?
This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed.
That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene.
Of course, Mr. Godot knew about the plan.
Huh?
What did you say? What? Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan?
Yes.
Yes.
Because of the letter.
The letter.
Yeah, the word letter. Take that! This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Faye authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in the Faye Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed.
Unsealed?
Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was going to take place at the Inner Temple.
You know this crafty killer is me.
Bet I do.
You just said that the instructions were hidden.
But that's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden.
If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out.
Yes. And when was that?
During a visit.
A visit?
Morgan Faye told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden during one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden.
Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center?
Yes, it could be arranged if you were with someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot.
Mr. Godot, you're under fire again.
This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge, and you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder.
Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, fascinated with which maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee.
I don't blame you, Godot. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean?
It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for the crime. After discovering the plan, he entered the Inner Temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness.
That's right.
If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through this kind of trouble to protect her.
I think I know.
I think so too. If you're...
I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress.
The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for a lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural.
Objection! However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs.
I knew it! You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh?
For Mia.
Yep.
Okay, Trite, I'm all ears. Let's hear it.
It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger.
What is this?
There's one person that lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Take that! There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister.
Mia. Faye.
You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney.
Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney.
With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot, his real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right?
Last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago.
Diego Armando. That name rings a bell.
It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case, and just for a record, Armando and Mia did date as well. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, and also Edgeworth's. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there's one man who reached out to help her, Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. Alright. Mika?
It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself.
Mia. You can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
And you might and Pika, you might remember Mia saying that once. That's where she gets it from.
I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. That pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that big kidnapping incident. One fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria.
Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned.
Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my tea.
Some newspapers at the time called it a murder. But very little information about the case was released to the press.
But you weren't dead at all.
No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma.
I see.
The body shut down. My life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. Lost my sight. All my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
That's terrible.
Apparently, it was a miracle that I even regained consciousness. 5 years have passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, Eyes flew open. The smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. First time I ever had it.
Years? You were asleep for 5 years?
The worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. The very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. And the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death.
The woman you loathed?
The woman who had spiked my scalding hot tea. Dahlia Hawthorne. Heh. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
For someone like me, for someone who had slipped away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor.
If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live?
First was you, Wright.
Huh? Me?
If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her. You let her die. It's all your fault.
It wasn't like that.
Deceiving myself what kind of man you really were.
So, that's why you became a prosecutor?
My other reason for living. She goes by the name of Maya
Huh? You mean me?
Fey. I had to make up for the sins of not saving you. 1 year ago, the Rhine village incident was resolved. It was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, it was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about it.
That's how you overheard Pearls' visit with Morgan at the detention center.
Knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could do it. My goal, outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being confident.
That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out.
Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. Contacted both of my accomplices.
Accomplices?
Iris, Hazakura Temple, and Missy Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall of my backup plan in case we couldn't control her.
But how did you contact my mother?
She had been missing for almost
No, that's Pika.
She had been missing for almost 20 years.
officially, yes.
What do you mean officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government.
Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Karine had great authority.
Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. Police have been keeping an eye on her movements all the time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff.
Staff? The one with the sword in it?
The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. After the first time it has a correct temper. That's when your mother showed me your special staff. I realized it then just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Bay if necessary. Yeah, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. That night, the night of the crime,
Shu Takumi, you genius.
there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan.
You mean pearls, don't you?
You had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Perhaps in Misty's
Well,
voice.
what are you gonna do tonight?
Well,
If you like, you can read some night. Perhaps we could read some books together.
even though we only knew her for a short time, we just were able to see how much of a kind-hearted person Misty was.
Yes.
We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up.
He was worried and followed me into the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body.
What? What do you mean?
If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself.
As Master of Grind, Mr. Faye's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearls Faye wouldn't be able to.
Ah!
Is this true?
I rolled the plans to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself in the inner temple. Just in case he needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne.
Doe?
Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Right.
Huh?
There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself.
The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye. And I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Goodell.
Armando. Well, right? You're the real deal. Let's finish this thing. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own.
With pleasure.
No, Nick, please don't.
Maya.
I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Goodell. I can't do it. I can't testify against him after all. He's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too.
Maya, I know that.
Nick,
But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify.
Miss Faye, your testimony, please.
This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
All right, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Damn, that is sad.
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. Thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she was struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and lost consciousness.
These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Things break, Trite. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Missy Faye? Looks like you still can't prove it.
Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me.
Well then, Mr. Wright. Proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness.
With pleasure. Let's go, party people.
At least the first one's easy.
Press on this. Hold it! What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out?
Yes, that's right.
The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What? So then, that scream came from the killer?
That's gotta be it.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
We'll get this. We'll get this.
Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me.
Sounds like a reasonable deduction. I still kind of wonder. There is a contradiction. I'm sorry to say this. That interpretation would create an enormous contradiction.
That makes sense after all. My deductions are almost certainly never correct. Let me tell you.
Remember the testimony she just gave. Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim.
Is that right?
She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. The dagger.
If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite.
One thing I can think of that could have been used as a weapon here.
Dahlia Hawthorne already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could have she used to strike back at the killer?
Dagger. Take it down! Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that thing.
This dagger was found at this crime scene stuck into a tree that's not a pine tree.
Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me.
Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this. She managed to wound him as well.
Just because you let out a scream doesn't mean you was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim.
No, already proven. Have you forgotten that the blood had already been tested? Since we learned that it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have wounds somewhere on his body.
Wouldn't use the word there, but close enough.
So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer?
Exactly. The DNA analysis of the blood will prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood.
Nice theory, Trey.
Order in the court.
Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of the scientific test.
Heh. Let me ask you something. Let's just say it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that?
What?
Think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There's already blood on it. Right. But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom.
Yes. What does that prove?
Well, if I really were the killer, I could have ripped the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it.
That can't be.
How could he notice that the
In
knife?
any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trey. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance.
What?
In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue your testimony.
Wait a minute.
What's the problem now?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation.
Maya?
This dagger, you said it wounded the killer.
That's right.
But Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger. His clothes should have been bloody or have a rip in them, right?
Maya, maybe he just changed his clothes? That solved the contradiction pretty easily.
What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there.
That's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them.
He never had a chance to change his clothes.
I am a very talented seamstress.
Good one.
Maya should be an attorney.
Objection! Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him.
But
Nah, too easy.
no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have bought a change of clothes?
Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he was gonna get any blood on him.
Objection!
Phoenix. Think.
That's impossible, Trey.
Oh god.
You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid.
Ah!
Please just stop.
Think like Mia. Think like Mia. Remember what Mia told you, Phoenix.
Heh. So that's all you got? I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, me a favor here.
Yes.
If me a favor here, let's close the book on this case already.
If Mia were here...
So come on, Trey. Can you do it or not?
How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence?
The question isn't whether or not I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it! go, the
That's
original
good.
music.
Fight it till the bitter end, right? Since there's just one piece of evidence that you can prove your point, why don't we go for the ultimate penalty?
Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter. I've got one piece of evidence I need.
You know what it is, right?
I know what it is.
I think we all know what it is. Give me a break. You've got nothing right.
So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I gotta think outside the box and approach us from a different angle. Feels so good to hear the original Pursuit theme again, isn't it?
Let's hear what you've got.
There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. Killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger.
But we decided that it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. He had been cut by a dagger. There should have been a blood stain on his clothing.
There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound.
What did you say?
Hidden?
This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about
Underneath the
why
visor,
there were
isn't
no blood stains on his clothes. I need to show how he hid the wound.
The end of the line. The final stop, right? Let's hear what you got. Where's the location where you say the killer hid his wound?
Take that!
I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right? Right? Oh. Is that just... Yeah. You can't... You're living on. Through him.
Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask! During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. "17th. It's the 17th.
Just now. I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago. You helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. You didn't care. Just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. Could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Godot.
But what's wrong about you? Knew it from the very beginning. Truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive. Me.
Yourself?
I was the one that failed to protect me. Me and no one else. Tried to avert my eyes from the truth. Escape from the harshness of reality. Couldn't face me as death head on. So I ran. I hid behind a mask. Threw away my true name. Couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore. So I quit.
But you saved Maya!
Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved.
Holy crap, Delta Husky with a rate of 5. Welcome in, party people. For those who don't know me, I'm DJ Foxy. I am a DJ and content creator living in Michigan. Right now we are playing Phoenix Wright Trials and Tribulations. We're finishing up
9
with my
minutes
friend.
till 11.
Yep, let's go.
You know why? The real reason.
No, why?
Doing good, Delta.
I suppose. I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Hi, Delta Bean.
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me.
You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya.
Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night, the darkness of the garden when I saw her silhouette. A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years ago? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion. A fantasy. A stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my fault. You never ran away from me as dead. Instead, you picked up where she left off. The true defender of the people. That one moment, understood everything.
Mr. Godot?
I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando? I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Thanks.
Your wound. It's bleeding.
Did you forget already? In my world, color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears.
Tears?
Ever since I woke up from my coma. I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando?
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
Exactly.
Holy crap.
Godot is one of the most well-written characters. Probably my second favorite alongside Edgeworth. I don't know. But he was...
Yeah. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant. Yes, Your Honor? Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, Tampering with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you
Apologize? To me? For what?
for the case 5 years ago. Yes.
Now I remember this.
Yeah.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other.
Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister. You only met twice.
Huh? We only met twice?
The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of the very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. That Doug Swallow was killed.
No way. It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were...
Those 8 months? The woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Huh? It wasn't Dahlia?
I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny.
You mean...
That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and the surveillance, she couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at moment's notice.
You mean, she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
Shoot, Takumi, you genius. And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place?
But I couldn't get you to give it back. I feel that something even as simple as that. 8 months passed, and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait and did it. She didn't consult me about it. Her plans for you. She couldn't. Foxy, I was trying to.
Oh,
Anyway, it was my first time that I had ever happened. That ever happened. I can't talk. I'm so
fine.
tired.
You're fine.
That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you.
I think she must have noticed
Notice what?
my feelings for you. If I'd find out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine.
Iris.
After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed.
I have something to say to you, too.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Aww.
Oh, thank you.
Wow.
There's the 17th.
I thought it was 18th.
How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. Now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so? Phoenix, right?
I think you're right.
The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim Elise Donham. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant
Not guilty!
Court is now adjourned.
No confetti, though. Aw.
Yeah,
I think
it's a
we got that-
Saturday for it.
Yeah.
Terrible day for rain.
So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand? Pika?
Of course justice was served.
Mia!
I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant.
But I couldn't save Mr. Armando. The man who cared so deeply for you.
You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible.
You mean, with that verdict?
I think one day you'll understand. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can...
I'm sorry, that was my itchy trigger finger. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia!
You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix.
I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. Along this journey, I've found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Maya...
Nick?
Maya...
I guess it's just like my sis said.
Mia? What did she say?
That night when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end.
But...
Come on, cut it out with a gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick.
Maya... How? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. We even saw your mother murdered. Youch! Right, Franziska. Franziska! I'll do
Should I do
Franziska.
Francisco?
I'll do her. Still
Okay.
a softie as always, Phoenix, right? Excellent work, Wright.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back?
Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Franziska have actually been helping me.
Helping you?
If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
Wow, but where were you, Nick?
I heard he fell into the river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head.
Oh, ouch, talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Me too, Francisca.
I don't suppose.
Oh, Larry!
Yeah, I don't suppose there's room for me in the school party. Is there?
No!
Oh, Larry!
Took the, longer than usual face.
I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any of use to anyone, not even once.
That's not true, right, Nick?
Yeah, technically he did help.
He did, yeah.
Yeah,
He
because
technically helped.
What, you're asking me?
because of the sketch. Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right?
Huh? Oh, yeah, of course.
I know it. Everyone would be better off with me if I were gone for good.
No,
You're
no,
high
no.
maintenance. Shut
Right,
up.
oh yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me?
Yeah.
I'm face purging.
Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance.
Do you really mean it? What about you, Fancy? Did I draw you well, too?
My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Blair. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something.
So then, you'll do it? Like you promised? You're going tomorrow for my next picture.
Don't get carried away.
Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting I've put was pretty darn good too. If you ask me. Huh?
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Pika?
Oh. I'll go look for her. Be right back.
That's her.
Hey, Pearly.
Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either, Francisca. That's right, she lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand you. Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya being strong for? Pearl? Take that! Pearl Faye. The poor kid, after all. The reason she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Faye clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya.
Oh.
But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. I recommend Crown of Pencils' short fanfic, The Dry Branch, set on the day after this episode ends on Archive of Our Own. Might check it out. Maya Faye's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. That's exactly why Maya's putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearls' sake, until she can see her smile again. Hey, of course. Oh, hey.
Bonjour.
So this is where you all were. Wow, looks like you've got quite the bunch here today. Youch! What was that for, sir?
That's what those are for.
Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sort of kind of going down by a teeny-weeny bit, but it's alright. I make reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Please don't. Ah! Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe, you said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean trivia? Or else? I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you crybaby. You're invited, too.
Oh, forget about me. Paul and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes.
You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls.
Go get her. Oh.
Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Pika?
Oh yeah.
Eline?
Nick?
Sorry,
Nick,
go ahead.
what do I do? Curly, I can't find her anywhere.
Huh? I'll bet she just went back home. That's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before.
As I figured, she's been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. Pika?
But none of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick.
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. Maybe a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Ah! Very well, Phoenix, right? We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't.
But where should we look? Where could Curly have gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to.
Hey guys, you wouldn't believe it. I went to the bottom of the river and I found this really cool diamond.
Pika?
Hazakura Temple.
For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. Oh,
This? You're all back again so soon.
Eline, Pika.
Sister Bikini?
I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight.
So she's here? Pearly is here?
She's at the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her?
Okay. Party's not here, or Pearly's not here.
Ah, Maya! The hanging scroll!
It's been cleaned. Pika.
Someone cleaned it off.
It's gotta be pearls. Ah! Mystic Maya!
Pearly? Why? Why'd you just leave like that?
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
Oh.
Pearls. I swore swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again, because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother. That's why you came here? It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness.
You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother is gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy.
You don't have to lie to just make me feel better.
No, really, it's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah.
That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do.
Mystic Maya!
I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty.
You're lying, Pika.
Sister Bikini.
Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Kurine, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me till the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets.
She'll always be with me until the day I die. There's a rule or something that all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman. The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents.
That's
A photo?
What's in it?
Mother?
It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. What makes us human is what we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question.
they broke the pot in the first place.
Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all of them.
Oh, good.
Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. This is a day to remember, a day when a lot of things are finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't...
Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime.
Okay. Mika?
Alright. I'm gonna start a brand new... I'm gonna make a brand new start, too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise.
I know, but I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 of you when you come back.
Alright, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance.
Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get. and I probably don't want to, but...
What is it, Nick?
Reservations for training is fine at why for 3? Mika?
Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us.
Huh?
I'll be waiting for you. Just the beginning will take special care of you.
Huh? Huh?
It'll be great, Nick. We're gonna do the special course naturally.
Huh? 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 That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right?
We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time. Right, Nick?
You know, I was wondering if I could just say one little thing.
Sure, of course you can.
Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it.
I'm getting goosebumps too.
Well then, here goes nothing. Objection!
And then it does like an echo effect because they're in a cave. Objection, objection.
Oh,
Trials and
I wonder what
Tribulations.
goes on.
Trials and Tribulations, the best game of the original trilogy.
The credits.
Okay.
Let's just watch.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you see how everything came together full circle in this game?
So the moral of the story is, if you find yourself coming out of a coma, and you are given the choice of visor since your retinas have been damaged due to that poison that you take, don't get the red visors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the moral of the
Just go for
story
like
here.
a pure white visor.
I just want to say that this goes out now. This for those of you who are watching the VOD, all the voice actors who have helped me voice the characters on this journey as well, not just y'all in here, but others like Starwing, Inferno, Ziggy, of course. Can't forget Ziggy. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. And there's Maggie.
I guess like dirty Sally overdose, just like swarm detective, sir.
Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly.
Don't say that.
Yeah.
There are children watching.
The amazing voice actors who joined us in this year-long journey. Aw, Adrian.
Right. Standing here dead. Thanks to you, Kirsten Graves, it was a great success. I even got to see these I even got this new power armor suit. I'm gonna go with the space.
Oh gosh, it looks like Samus.
Yep.
But I want to
Is that
thank
an
you all
alien?
so much for this journey.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been great having you too
Aw,
there,
Ronnie.
Eating.
Oh my god.
I'm
Ron.
Yeah, Desi, Ron and Desi. I love these two. Cut it out, please. Yeah. It's just been crazy. Because the first time I tried going through this game on my YouTube was just so rough. But having it, just experiencing and voicing this game with friends is just way more fun for me. That's why I enjoy it so much.
Oh,
Why-
Def.
Why are you still here, Viola? Oh.
Germany. We left him $500,000 and a decent special.
Oh, I think she just betrayed Todd. Just betrayed
And he's
Donkey
drinking
Gray.
it now. Winter Colorado.
Yeah, he went to prison.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, duh.
Yeah.
Well, he said exterminate. I don't know what he meant by that.
Oh, she was just being creepy about it.
Well, remember, she's the daughter of like mafia.
Yeah.
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 I'm
There's.
just old man. Wrinkly, grumpy old clown nose,
Oh,
waste
God.
of flesh.
Go.
At least that's what I thought. My grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old, and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper.
Just,
At least we know that he has grandkids.
yeah.
Yeah, he's had a life. Oh hey, it's Siri.
As
Yeah.
usual, we have an I'm sorry, but we need to go ahead and verify if you're human.
Adam Nada.
that's her. She was a really good minor character. I don't know if you know, but her name is
Speaking of minor characters.
Is her name?
Oh no, we're not getting. Wait, what?
Hallinger.
My reporters. We've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back.
I really do like the characters in this game so much.
Oh yeah, they're great.
Yeah, that's.
I'm surprised they didn't show off the. They're just not. We're free. We're free.
Yes, Iris. She was really good. She was a really well-written character, but of course,
Yeah.
the
So
spotlight
I will.
of the writing and character writing just goes to Godot. Like hands off. Hats off to Godot.
Yes.
Oh yeah. His dialogue of things was great there too.
My man Edgeworth.
Beyond King.
Yep.
I wonder if he's ever done a full episode.
Mia.
That'd be interesting to do there if you like
Uh,
could find these guys and make them do a full like dub on things.
Yeah.
Especially Godot. I like this dude James C. Wilson, also known as Diego.
This guy.
Karma.
I hated her when I first saw her, but she's one of my favorites. She is.
I will never not hear her with a ridiculous accent, and I'm not sure which one there. You guys have convinced me not to make it a specific one, but it's still like. Wait, I thought we were done with you.
I'm back from a long vacation. Wait. Oh my goodness, old bag. What is this? Is this Friday over? Well then, prepare to meet him.
I was like going to say this, I can't accept you as a friend or something. I'll just pay for this price to the heart. Oh, that was the chance of the Friday
Yeah, Larry quit his job, and she's not happy.
Well, yeah, he became an artist.
Oh wait, I think I also left his jacket there.
Speaking of which,
I finally found something I love to do. This is a really web trip. It's gonna turn the world to its head. I should realize it sooner. Self-considered lazy, antisocial artist. A really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all.
good for you,
Yep,
buddy.
sounds like me.
Aw, Larry. I
you're
really
much
think
more
they
than that.
kind of.
Wow. A final farewell
Why would I
message.
do that?
You done did
The
it.
6 heroes of the
Congratulations.
trilogy. And
Congratulations.
Oh my god.
Yep.
And it's the fact. And it's also true that Larry drew that. I could tell.
There it is.
Yeah.
A lawyer only cries once. And once it's all over.
ladies
Not
and
the
gentlemen,
final achievement, but it was great, nonetheless.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for all your support on this year-long journey of the original trilogy. We're not done with Ace Attorney though, because now that we're done with this, we can finally.
It's time for the moment you've been waiting for.
been waiting for this moment. Ace Attorney Investigations Collection. We will be starting it next week. Thank you all so much for tuning in tonight. Let's find
And
someone
either it's going
raid.
to make absolutely no sense, or a lot more sense than the last time I remember. Alrighty, I'm gonna head off of this for right now, though.
I'm saying.
It's been great
Let's
talking
raid
to
my
you
buddy
all.
Solus. I haven't seen him. I haven't talked to
Have
him
a good
since.
one, all.
Alright, see ya.
See ya.
This is DJ Foxy
See ya.
signing off. Bye. Ready up, Raiders. Thank you all so much. Seriously, what an adventure this was. We'll be back soon. Bye-bye.